Yeah, we finished the crystal. We did the 1 day time skip.
Not even a full day, just like the next day.
Yeah, the next day. Yeah, there really isn't anything else to be concerned about. Just that, yeah. Hmm.
Um, Real quickly, you guys slept on the ship and such?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you guys are still within the bounds of public.
Yeah, we're still in the city, wherever the academy was located.
Yeah, we haven't gone anywhere yet.
With the having been broken, Migration's ship as well as he himself no longer Crystal having been saved and contacted by the correct person from the effort of Black Road. Provided you guys aren't running shore or any, um, there will be a person signal ship. Don't
They boat to pick them up.
I agree. We should definitely do that or go out there to them. Either way.
Also an option. I'm going over to them.
Probably better for us to go over to them.
Okay, so you're trying something for
We are taking a boat over to the
touching
person
it?
signaling.
Okay. I feel like I really need to jump that. change the venue of this. Sure.
Hey, this looks vaguely familiar.
Yep, it's the battle battlefield on the way to Academy.
Cool.
This individual are you so oh, excuse me. So waiting for you to can I get a version?
It's going to be. I'm on roll 20. Oh, he just doesn't want to respond. Eh, still not respond. Roll 20, why must you do this to me?
I was having a little roll 20 issue earlier myself, but that might have just been
It just didn't want to load my character sheet at all. You're saying just intelligence, so I roll a 22.
too much. Okay. You will um, recognize. You'll recognize this individual by um, by script and reputation versus um, actually having actual
Interesting.
um this is all when you can think of her chin um as essentially the person in charge of oh, excuse me, in charge of uh tracking um magical or physical anomalies that goes to the Holy Republic. This is a result of experimentation, or or people associated. So I was gonna say the Black Roads, but not necessarily just them. Splinter groups. They like that. Occasionally, there are actual are actual shifts caused by um the calamity magicite. Basically, kind of the magic disaster investigator.
Okay. Curious why she's here.
Is it just the two of you, or who?
For this particular aspect of just going over to check on, if we are, this person wants, I figure it's probably the two of us and one of the people who's actually trained to maneuver a boat
Okay,
or designated rowing guy or whatever. And we can row, but the guy who knows how to man the rudder and make sure we don't run into a rock.
right. Like I could do it, but we have people.
Yeah, we have an entire crew of us.
I
We'll
mean, I
do
can
it.
do it without proficiency. In theory, these guys have proficiency in case there's trouble.
No,
That way we can keep an eye and make sure the boat doesn't drift out to sea or something while we're talking.
Oh, I'm gonna at
I
some point have to. That's annoying. Oh well.
speak up. I understand that you and you two and your ship was in no small part responsible for uh, uh, driving away this Grayson's assault on on our land.
That's
Yep. That would be us.
Do you then perhaps have any knowledge of why um following this there would be a uh, pair of massive magical disturbance.
There you say.
what type of disturbances?
Yeah, what kind?
My context might actually let us know if we can answer.
No, there was a uh, disappearance of a vast power in the area, and and the culmination of another on the other side of the crystals.
They're all islands.
Yeah. On the other side of the island at roughly this. I've already been able to um, clear out possibility that from the um, creations that Grayson brought with him.
And a very semi-vague description of what we're talking about. But are we able to do something to possibly draw a connection?
Yeah, I'm drawing a
Well,
blank on the way you
if
described
these are
that.
two separate things, the crystal itself is a massive source of power, which has, in a sense, disappeared.
But
Um,
when that happened with the other ones, it didn't trigger any alarms, which is why that seems
so that's fair.
that seems unusual. Which is again, it's like I mean, that
I,
is the obvious one.
yeah, I just wanted to point out because it is kind of it is. If you
That's
guys want to
related to
make it
this side, but not the other side.
right, if you guys would like to make a Arcana roll, you certainly can.
I'd say the thought was, while the crystal is an obvious culprit, there might be contextual knowledge the characters might have that it would explain why the crystal had such a
Was the
reaction here
culprit.
and not somewhere else. Like maybe they were using it as a battery here or something, and and the other countries weren't.
Yeah, you can feel free to make an Arcana roll or an investigation.
We'll roll investigation since I believe I'm better at that, and you can roll Arcana.
Yeah, I'll roll Incarna because that's what I'm good at.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. And they all crap. Fucker. Even my crap is still a dirty 20.
The
Crap is
power.
still a dirty 20. Jesus.
Yeah, I have expertise, so plus 15.
Yeah, seriously, once expertise was I know went beyond that of Rogue, and even with Rogue, with how I'm going to be addressing this, um, I don't think they necessarily considered the sheer power of what getting double redundancy would mean.
Now, I will dispute your point only in the sense that in the very beginning of 5e, it was Rogue and Bard.
Right.
You said beyond Rogue. That was my only dispute. It's like technically two classes got it.
Okay. Rogue and Bard then.
Yeah. But yeah, once they made it a lot easier to get your hands on it, yeah. Expertise is definitely one of those things that was very clearly designed for early gameplay when your proficiency bonus is tiny.
Yeah.
It breaks right about the time you hit the +4, +5.
Yeah, and it's like I was actually expecting they started not caring in like the 15 to 20 level marker.
Anything beyond level 12.
Anything about level 12.
Which is again right where that proficiency shift happens.
Right. My argument then is don't have the levels. If you're gonna not give a shit,
well, you'll notice
then don't have.
You'll notice a lot of their products don't. Their adventures usually don't go past 6, and if they do, they usually stop at 12. All their games stop at 12, like their video games and shit. They only have it in the book because they know somebody will play it and they will get bitched at if they don't cover it because it's tradition.
Then they need to still give a shit about it. I don't necessarily mean make products for it. From a game development perspective,
yeah, they need to keep an eye on game balance up to that point. Yeah,
it's there. You have to address it.
You say that, but you're forgetting the one thing that matters. It's money. They don't care because they get told to push it out. You're forgetting who owns Wizards.
Oh, no, I'm purely talking from a development perspective. Once you start including corporations and stuff like that, yeah. Then,
well, you have to, unfortunately.
no, because if I make something on my own, for instance, I don't have to worry about a corporation. So conceptually,
well, that's if you make something on your own, yes, but to be fair, Wizards D&D 5e wasn't made in isolation. It was made as a product by a mega corporation. Well, not a mega corporation, but by a corporation that only cared about money. And we must meet the sales figures or suffer the consequences.
I get it from a business standpoint. I just disagree with it purely from a developmental standpoint. Because in the past, like Steve Jackson Games, for instance, cared. So it's like I know companies can do that. But that's there. So anyway, these roles are sheer. Okay. From the your kind of standpoint, as mentioned, the most obvious in terms of here would be um, crystal essentially being quote unquote used. Aside from that, there was um, the massive barrier put around the academy itself, which was no longer there afterwards, because that was a part of Rick's plan to prevent from. But apparently, prismatic wall does not stop teleportation.
It does. Up to a point, or partially stops teleportation. There's a level where teleportation stops, but it gets you through several levels.
Whatever it was something that you guys could actually teleport. Maybe it was a force wall.
I think it was a force wall.
Yeah, it was a force wall.
That's it. Because prismatic, I think teleportation gets you up through layer like the first 5 or 6 layers, and then it explicitly says teleportation stops here. And you have to old fashioned you brute force your way through the rest of it.
But it does technically get you through the worst parts of it.
It depends on what you consider the worst. It gets you through the raw damage, and then you just have to deal with the status effects, including petrification.
Yeah, I'd say that's easier to deal with.
But okay. From a magical standpoint, just due to the sheer level of magic on that as a whole event of the battle itself, there likely would be a disruption, though at least what could be classified as a disruption. But probably not the kind of thing um, talking about dude screened out the battle itself. As far as the investigation role is concerned, again, obviously, see Crystal. Yeah, with the Black Robes being involved in the crystal, it was never very clear what um So it's possible maybe there was some attempt at like energy something, given that uh, given that one and the growing of another at the same time. Um, I don't really have anything in the battle itself aside from what was meant that could constitute thing. Um, as for the separate, since it was mentioned, it was a pair.
That might be connected to what Dipstick was doing.
There, aside from what the Black Group is doing, the crystal itself, can't think of anything here that would give rise to that, with the exception of if there were like a magical ritual or something that required a battle somewhere to take place. But that's kind of vague. Um, less likely, but still. Um, from both an Arcana and investigation standpoint, um, use of a significant enough amount of magicite would be enough for the rise of power in a different area. I recall. You guys did you guys salvage Grayson's ship?
Yes. Or at least the stuff he had on his ship, because I remember CR made a big point I want to get rid of the boat, but we were very clever in basically shoving everything into the portal mat
Oh yeah,
and sent it to the
we
cargo
did
bay so
that.
we could sort it out, which is in theory what I was going to be doing today while he was catching up with family and stuff.
So then there could also be something associated with the ship or the. I've had a chance to really delve into that beyond just shoving everything in a corner essentially.
Okay.
We
well,
did go over all of his documentation.
we were in the process of going through because there was a lot there, and we were under a bit of a time crunch. Again, a lot of that was supposed to be happening on the day we are currently playing.
Yeah.
So we haven't necessarily gotten to that yet. That said, before I divulge all of this, I would like to make an insight, just because Ro doesn't know who this person is.
And while I know them, it doesn't mean I trust them. Enough things have happened that I make sure that things are fine first.
30 on the insight, just to make sure that bringing this person into our confidence is not a... Because they don't have to be evil to not necessarily be worth bringing into the confidence. It
Who
could just
says
be a
we want
general bad
to
idea.
divulge everything to random strangers who don't need to worry about it?
Because Ro is a very open person. I know there are certain things that he just picks up on just by looking at them. So it's like, okay, character's not necessarily actively distrusting them, but there are cues that he would be picking up on that I probably should be rolling for. Because while I know passive insight is a thing, we don't always necessarily use it.
Yeah, that does remind me. That is something I do like about the Beyond Stylus sheet. They apparently have not just passive perception, but both passive investigation. Though I know it's simply a matter of adding +10, but it's still nice to have that actively tracked.
There might be a sheet here on Roll20 that does that. It's just not the one we're using. Because we are using the simplest of the sheets available.
Yeah.
Technically, we're not even using the official one. This is one somebody else coded because the other one was too complicated. Because like everything in its uncle had a tab. It was
Yeah, it was very I don't know, regimented and clicky. Site 30. Okay. She appears to be a rather excuse me. Um rather stern procedural um
I didn't ask you if it was a Dom. I asked.
yeah, she was but
Yeah, I know. You just give me the whole picture. Yeah,
yeah. Um
they're better bedroom. You know, I take.
seeing that this is rather investigative, um she she clearly has things that in general just that she the not saying by way of investigator, but aren't detecting any sign deceit from what she said so far.
Yes, I will recount our experience in the basement, including hypotheses based on my own roles because I didn't make the Arcana. In terms of what could have been connected to what she is describing.
And I would fill in the gaps of everything except for the visions.
Yeah. The flashback is not, in theory, not contextual to her.
Yeah, using with my knowledge of things.
The lack of the stone self could indeed um what we had we were unaware specifically that um the crystal was at the academy. That a great power was there. She'll open up the showcase itself has some clockwork to it to essentially have it auto roll out to a certain point and just kind of page scroll through the page up or down as needed with the clicking of toggle.
That is a vibe. I'd rather craft a mechanical device to unroll my scroll for me than just take the simple wrist action. That is somebody who deals with way too many scrolls and doesn't want to have risk carpal tunnel.
That really is.
I need to remember that one for Sersha. That Warforged have to worry about a carpal tunnel, but you know, wear on the joints. Here and shit.
I was saying like a kind of get worn and come loose in the finger or whatever. Ring gets worn. Hmm. So weird. There was some unsubstantiated unsubstantiated events that could have been the transfer of magical power, which, given what you described, uh, um, could very well explain some of this. Documentation from Grecian's ship. Would you mind um, donating it so my people could look through it a bit quickly? Pair of you.
You're welcome to go through it with us. We haven't had a chance to look at it ourselves to see if there's anything relevant to what we're currently doing, but if there isn't anything relevant to what we are currently doing, I am happy to turn it over.
Yeah, that's logical.
That'd be very tedious and slow. Just the addition of myself wouldn't efforts.
Okay, allow me to amend the statement. The people you were talking about going through it, if they can come here and or we can bring it to them, we can all go through it. The point's all going through it together. Because
I don't have any problem with that.
we are on a little bit, not a huge clock, but we do have a little bit of a clock. So I don't know if we have the time necessarily to wait for your people to go through it, decide what they think we're allowed to see, and then bring it back. If we're all going through it at the same time, then everybody gets what they want.
Yes, I find that a far more acceptable alternative.
Yes. Where just we bring the stuff to. Clearly, you don't have your people here with you.
No, you would have to go go clockwise around the coast for 15 minutes, and then um
Anyway, why don't you come aboard and you can give directions to the actual person who will be navigating the boat?
very well. Um, she'll flip it. Okay. What is this consuming? Oh, nothing.
I was going to say your soul.
Yeah.
Is how many tabs you keep open.
Ah, I have usually reduced some of the number of the tabs that are on here.
Visually reducing tabs is not the same.
Sure, it is for people who want to take a look.
That just means the tabs are still there. You're just denying it.
assuming it means to catch up with me, I can press a second. Okay, well, I can at least describe what's happening. During your boat ride back to the main ship, um, Nolan is kind of visually scrutinized. Armor. Also, did I give you what your crystals?
No, you have not.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was wondering. Okay. Hmm. I don't tell me. Did Yep. Okay. Because Roll 20 insists upon rolling mid. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, she's clearly like. Have you ever thought about getting that checked? She'll say,
Getting what checked?
there's a well, rather rather unbalanced energy about you.
Hmm. I would say I am perfectly fine as is.
No, for what I can see, it's, potent enough. You could pose a sizable uh, city if or if left in the precarious state that it's in.
Hmm.
Don't think I haven't recognized your your
Yes. What
familial
am
pet.
I? Yes. What am I? You say you recognize me.
He was in the process before you Kanye her.
Yes, your familial allies won't be able to supersede me if I think large enough and large enough danger to the Umbral Republic.
Well, there is nothing dangerous about me outside of making me mad and making it a fight. My friend here can very much attest for my abilities in dealing with problems and keeping people from dying. Isn't that right, Ro?
I wasn't saying you were going to go crazy or berserk or fall to corruption. I was saying the potence of the power within you not being properly handled and left unchecked may become a city or larger.
And I disagree with you.
Well, I'll just have to keep an eye on you then.
You're welcome to try.
So it's not going to be particularly difficult, especially over the next several hours. Oh, to the ship. She can direct the helm. 20 minutes. Get to where you're gonna need it. There's large enough waterways going. Summer proper. Go along the coast, dip it, follow it for. I've shown.
I believe that is the case.
This just being a little slow because Roll20 itself is being slow to respond to me.
Someone's getting a call.
I think somebody hit the wrong button.
That could very likely be the case too.
Yeah, apparently she faceplant dialed.
It's well, there's a snore. As you can see at the shift of the map.
Ooh,
This is the um, this is the bar that you're putting as you side there with ultimately where she's is that central.
all big and official like.
As you guys are navigating through, well, this is not necessarily new Omeros. um, there, um, there is a definite sense prevalent culture, if not um, there's art in the architecture design, statue, depicting um, some some aspect of chronic, if not through direct, clearly inspired by, excuse me, by stories, by stories or scripture. um, Aside from the map, um, architecture, um, either showing some level of curve to make it appear less boxy. Uh, unlike in some other cities, been in, with the possible exception of not the area.
Cardinal?
He is Lydia.
Is it there?
The area that is, there are excuse me, there are bits of architecture um or which has some form of something floating and rotating, or um or loops. Uh, Also had instances of um signs that are a light, um some form of illusory script, uh instead of um instead of being a straight up sign, though there are in those cases um um nearby magicite itself. Speaking of, there are some structures um which incorporates magicite itself. Um the inner circular walls, where you, instead of instead of regular binding binding stone in a actual in a fashion that same style in the same style of the Thalia library stonework, has the binding, really some mixture of magicite, some other there's also much more in the way of um, magical shops here.
Fancy.
As a reminder, since I know it just has been a bit general, um, Holy Republic of Umbra is, for lack of a better term, the manufacturer of site. So magic is rather um, more prevalent here than other places, except for perhaps Nymph. So Nymph is fairly much in, industrialized in its style.
I have to make the rounds before we leave. I'm going to deal with this paperwork first.
Yes, let us deal with the paperwork.
Uh, Going into the central building, there will be people in robes and various other similar attire. Some will have integrated pieces of art. Um, Owen will get you guys and her team of a dozen people um, to assist with going through all the radio here. Um, there will be the occasional kind of like um, once every every few hallways or somewhere in like a prominent a stand which will have the um, main like to it is available. Who's actually participating in sorting of it?
I believe we
Doesn't
both would be.
Yeah, Zyro definitely would be.
okay.
I would be, because I have no reason not to be.
In that case, then, if I could get a investigation roll from the two of you, if you have proficiency calligraphy, all you will get.
Oh, well, I don't have any XKs, but I know. Wait, nope, nope. I'm thinking of Crib. I have cartography and navigation.
Calligraphy, not cartography. Or calligraphy 30, shit.
Expertise!
Let me just hit like the nigh impossible difficulty frequently.
Picks up the stack, flipping through it like an animator. Found it.
That's my investigation.
In terms of going through the information, um, there is just by way of how they're doing it, may or not be interesting. Um, there is a circular stand that that levitating in the center of is a as I mentioned if you can read Draconic, you can. The runes are essentially Draconic verbs, for lack of a and what happens is they'll um, slide a page under it and past it, and there'll then be a clearly illusory um, and magnified image uh, from
The magical scanner.
Yes, it is.
it will also be
So do we have a fantasy Xerox company?
it'll be highlighting areas of the page signs of damage or fated script. There is note of whether the page itself is magic.
Okay. Definitely more efficient than how we would have done.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a I wasn't expecting that.
Um, yeah, like other people seeing this, they just are wearing like lighter but still clearly like just like briefly robe. One of the pages that goes through things will I say one really I believe you guys call it the visual scanner device. Will pick up that there are that some of these pages do have glyphs on them.
Okay.
Um,
Given where we found it, that's not entirely surprising.
at which point, one of the people from um, work to um, dispel the um, dispel the glyph unless it's been identified as a particularly handed over to someone else. A good number of these pages do have illusory script on them. Concealing their true their as for you roles, are you using the same kind of equipment that is this is like set up? This is like set up on the table.
Provided that they take a moment or two to make sure we understand how the equipment is supposed to work so we don't break it. Yeah.
Same for you, Armors?
Yeah. So I feel like I probably already know how to use it given I'm from here.
Yeah, yeah. Given your background, not that you're not unfamiliar with actual use. The item, as far as Armors, is not unknown. Like certain businesses have them, but it's not necessarily a household object unless you have some money you want. Um, kind of like it's like I know what a printing press is and roughly how it works, but I don't want one, so I don't have one. Um, yep. With that, then you guys will be able to go through the information rather rather quickly. A lot of it is on his experimentation and trying to decipher the um, whispers he's been hearing, or reports on his itself. There's a number of um, unsent unsent letters to Kami.
Hmm.
Um,
And it shall forever stay that way.
so you will eventually get to a port that is dealing with here. The arrangement with the black robes.
Interesting.
There we go. Scroll off.
Rolling? That's not allowed. What are you talking about?
They're letting you do it. I'm probably not showing the right way. Yeah. Yeah, I might even use half my resources. Person has a token, so they have a name. I just need to do it. There is a particular arrangement with a black robe by the of Kestrel Aliora, which um, Ro there with that in that book acquired concerning operation. That name was the person that was in kind of a different location and kind of corrupted anti-hero
So
that was
Rick
hiding in his
was in
place.
communication with it.
Yes.
Okay.
The arrangement here was to excuse me, was to use, use the um, use use part of the art or whole of the energy from the crystal in um, Umbral Academy uh, to gain access to uh, what is referred to in the document as um, the the mantle of magicite. In uh, in exchange, Aliora was going give Grayson access to a number of their a number of the yeah, in the Black Rose Dark Archive, some of which are if you're proficient in Arcana, you
Sam.
those are proficient, you'll be kind of get the gist of what the looking at higher rituals and spells, some of observation. Others of healing is also other transmutation.
Cure wounds at least is an evocation.
Okay. Healing magics from the standpoint of essentially immortality. Precisely, you're at what consider the shield.
I.e., Rick's brand. So research into what allowed Rick to become old
As old as he is, yeah.
was. Well, no, that's right. He's still around. He's in the rice cooker.
Rice cooker, really?
No, it was a flask. Rice cooker is the Dragon Ball reference because in Dragon Ball they use a rice cooker.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, no, Ro used a flask because it's easy to carry a bunch of flasks tuned to the specific monster type. Because I didn't know what monster type he was, so I had to make several.
um, the um, mental. I just questions about that can be answered by Alwyn or her staff. So, if you have perhaps history roll, like armors, if you're from here, you could.
Okay, I guess I'll roll again.
From here, but I am proficient. All
I
the old shit.
have expertise in history. Does that give me anything?
I rolled a chocobo foot.
Okay, is that a good thing?
20.
Okay.
I wasn't
So
rolling an
you rolled
advantage, but if it matters, I also rolled a wolf head on my wolf head Geralt die. So I rolled School of the Choco Wolf.
Full of the Choco. I kind of want to see a Choco Wolf now.
So I got a 30.
I was expecting a number after that. After you mentioned.
I get a plus 11.
Okay.
So a 19 plus 11 is a 30.
Okay. Okay. The mantle of it is a it is a site of site associated with a um buried buried calamity site. Some believe it's a city, others perhaps a particular um but um but it is but the not a look at the Holy Republic. Either miners or archaeologists have been access to and detect presence as a site in a broad sense. Um, well, of course, the Holy Republic can make its own are um, there are um, calamity pre-calamity magicite that and you guys can hear this yourselves. I just use different methods of production and have produced arguably um arguably um more potent. Um, for example, I know you guys and lore of a different site. In
Yeah, I recall that.
so the Holy Republic is expecting that the mental of one such instance of of a match site, and if it is in a powerful or not just for research, but for perhaps discovering better defenses against falls or any of a number of applications. Um, it of course could also be used to enact ritual, um, um, usually be impossible significant. Um, if I remember correctly, you were not able to, only because I don't think you actually break the arcane formula in the back of that particular black book.
At least not.
There's like advanced stuff.
At least I was not able to break it at the time. I kept it for. I believe I kept it for study, so I could keep trying. But
So in short, basically the deal was for some of the energy of the crystal. Um, it says, judging by the evidence so far, probably transferred somewhere else to in order to access the Holy Republic's um, site. mantle. The papers don't detail what blood groups were, because it wasn't per. Um, with that 30 and the fact that you're enough extra, Glamorous, and with a row, you'd be well. Um, the mental event rate is thought protected by not just the ground itself, but a magical base.
No, it sounds like another one of those cities we should go to. You agree with me, right, Tristan? We should go to this magical city with this magical barrier. That sounds like the other magical city we went to before.
Could be worth a jaunt, yeah.
Um, with this additional information, going to organize, excuse me, a group, um, a group to send any potential uh, in the um, players working on that she and or her sir going handling the situation. She's kind of more viewed as a kind of like helpful assistance rather than anyone to actually helped.
Hmm. I mean, really wants to put her in her place. Or he doesn't
Um,
want to.
I mean, we're willing to help, deal with some of this since this directly pertains to somebody we were dealing with earlier. Um, and we do have experience with some of these magical city site type things.
Well, Olin will um give the last few to a number of her subordinates. Thanks for turning her. What kind of experience are you?
Aside from having explored and dealt with stuff inside them. Give me a moment.
Yeah, it kind of tends to be our life experience at this point. Be about right.
Okay, not that it matters because Eric rolled higher than me anyway. But I was wrong. Apparently, Chocofoot's the one.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I mean, ones don't matter on skill checks. It just means I rolled a 16 instead of a 30. But again, we got the information anyway because Eric rolled ridiculous. But my sister. Let me tell you why we are justified and experienced, and probably should handle at least one of these as I regale you with the tale of the relevant city that we've been to that was very similar to the place we are now looking at.
I would love to see it. One. Okay. For a second, I thought you were going to show like what was it like an FF11 GIF or something?
No, I don't want a gift for storytelling. I mean, I could if you want one, but
No.
I didn't think it needed. This didn't feel necessarily gift worthy, especially since I'm not the bard. I'm just the red mage, which is like 3 steps off from bard. But it's the Final Fantasy equivalent of a bard. Okay, maybe I did fuck up.
Hey, hearing your Philipper Tales of Adventure, such. Owen will seemingly will regard you with a little bit more respect. Clearly, no, for seeing as some mere freelancer um
I'm
or
insulted because we're Ibbers.
I was gonna say or Ember from the standpoint of essentially being monster hunters, say people that explore sites such. Have a good. Oh yeah. Well, I do believe for Sir. Oh, join us for the. I will admit uh, the acumen a very useful.
Oh, she's trying to treat
I'm
me like a spoiled rich kid. I'm going to. Mm.
I'm sending priority. I do have one. I do. I could certainly have you and Ambrose press and excuse me. Uh, though do you, or that means both a raise less fee, less fee for corruption. Only uh, on regular regular.
Be the first time we deal with them. And it'll be the last.
And it's also not the first time we had to deal with world-altering cults, and it also won't be the last.
That case, I was going to deploy hours, but you feel free yourselves to leave no later than to.
Make your crew aware. If you have any family business you need to deal with, we need to deal with it today.
I guess so. After all, saving the world is more important. In at least this case.
Given that you have anywhere from a few from hours to you want to decide to go. Is there anything you guys are wanting to do? I know family matters mentioned. There's also
As they Ro wants to make a round on the shops.
yeah. Is Elmer's intending on seeing to family matters and such?
Yes.
Okay.
Never fails.
What happened?
I got up to go check on mom, and David, took the opportunity to, move my computer and.
Yep.
I was really hoping to be able to bring this up with with Matt, but with him being on indefinite break, I don't know if I'll get the chance. Um, Given that the person who was making everything transactional is currently with the party,
Yeah.
do we want to just drop the treasure debt concept? Because the only reason I was keeping everything transactional in terms of value, who was taking how much in terms of value, was because she was trying to keep everything very professional and transactional.
I am more than okay with that.
Okay, I didn't foresee any, resisting it, but I was hoping that we'd have the majority of the party available, before I discussed it.
Well, the
Okay, it did start.
half the the half that would have a problem with it are taking a break now.
Oh, Matt wasn't wasn't really having a problem with it. Aside from he didn't like the concept of treasure debt anyway, which is why I didn't think he'd have a problem dropping it.
Yeah. But
Again,
what
since she was
I
charging
said
us for like per mile and shit, it's like, okay, if we're gonna be this transactional,
yeah, that's what I mean. Like in terms of the people who would care about it are on the just indefinite break / non-existence in terms of this game for the foreseeable future.
I won't delete it just in case it does come back, but I will put a.
Oh fuck! I thought I was going up out of the planet's atmosphere I was in. I wasn't. So when I opened the map, I apparently speared myself into the ground in a very fiery explosion.
Whoopsie.
Well, there goes about another 8K worth of gear to replace that. Just much more expensive, but it has insurance, and I could just get a new one if I wait like 5 minutes. But yeah. That was a major oops on my part. Well, I know we're going to do the shopping shenanigans, and then we're going to check the family. I don't expect anything to happen, to be honest.
Maybe a personal side quest. I think we might unlock a personal side quest, but you've done a lot of personal side quests recently, so maybe not.
We've only had the one, actually. Which was go to the mountain to basically get Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Which, cool.
Yeah, and that's a pretty major one.
Yeah, that's a pretty major one. And then that's it. The other one was actually Sierra with Kami. It just happened to involve Terra.
Yeah, so offloading Terra was a Terra/Sierra quest.
Yeah. Now we've done the main quest. Now we're going to do the next one.
Yep.
And after this, we probably need to go. Well, we already got rid of Rick, but I guess we need to go collect the final one.
Yeah, so we gotta collect the fire crystal, and again, if we happen to see an interesting side quest along the way, because we try to line these up so they're somewhat clustered.
True.
Because most of the world building happens on the side quest.
And we don't skip out world building in these parts.
Didn't do world building if we never know about the Moogle Mafia.
I still can't believe we have a Moogle Mafia, though. Freaking Moogle Mafia, man. That one's just too much. Like, Moogles, really? Has to be the Moogles? You know what? At least they don't murder you. At least I could say that. They don't murder you, at least.
At least without provocation.
I mean, he fell in, or he needs some help getting it out.
Hey, beyond my pay grade.
Yes, it is. I'd be concerned if you were going to try to deal with that. That is not for you to deal with, sir. Until it becomes a medical emergency, and then that's, well, medical emergency.
Even then, if I'm dealing with it, is probably actually using the phone to call for somebody who is trying to deal with it.
Yeah, and I won't lie. Probably laugh at the situation. Not at him, but at the situation.
That depends on the severity. That might be one of those that don't laugh at the time, but maybe we can all laugh later.
Yeah.
Hey, we found him.
Oh, he exists again?
Yeah, I said I was sitting in the bathroom.
Well, we know where you went. We were just commenting on how long it would take you. We're worried you fell in.
Yeah, fell in, or you had to clear out an entire logging camp.
The raccoons finally came through the skylight and got you.
Oh yeah, that's a good alternative.
You hear that kind of squeaky screeching noise in his eye in battle.
Grab the right player. I'm gonna get the correct prices by grabbing the next edition.
I'm still sad. They did so many stupid things in the new edition.
Yeah, I've got a document for things that at least I was willing to use, but yeah, I was not using the whole thing.
Because it's just like, really? 11 to 13 minutes for the entire bag. Cool. But, it's just like, why are you making the changes to the race that's supposed to be barbarians? Or the stupid one about the...
I mean, that's why they're making the change, because they don't want your race to be locked into this race is better than that race at anything.
That's the point of different races. Otherwise, everyone's just a human. Besides the way you look.
That's what they want, is everything to be the same.
That defeats the purpose of having different races. The
It's
different
all
races
cosmetic now.
It's just... I'll never accept that. It's just so dumb.
I say there also seems to be. Well, I haven't super looked into it, but based on kind of what I'm hearing and stuff, also seems to be a sense that there seems to be, to a degree, a denial of a race or species that grows up in their home culture would tend to have X, Y, or Z.
No, that is part of why they made at least why they claim they made the change they did. It's like, because at that point you're not getting your bonus from your race; all your bonuses are coming from your background. So the argument being that if you are raised in this culture and therefore that your culture is why your stats look this way, that would be your background.
Oh, no. I get that separation, but I'm more talking like the idea of the quote unquote barbarian race. They seem to be denying the idea that if you are in the standard culture for these kind of people, you get this, and that.
That's their point, is they've gotten rid of the idea of standard culture.
Right. So that again, that's what I'm saying. They are denying the idea of the idea of if you come from the standard culture, this, and that, by the fact that they've separated it. Which I'm fine with that from a from a you can grow up in different cultures kind of standpoint, but it seems like it's being used as a
being done
way
for
to
political instead of for actual story.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It seems politically motivated instead of for story reasons. Like, okay, make some of the bonuses be your background instead of your race, but your attributes for your race.
Yeah, that is something I will give Pathfinder 2. They split it.
Yeah.
As like it's race and background. It's like, okay, I don't like Pathfinder 2, but I like how they handled that. That was a compromise.
Yeah,
it's the proper way to do it if they want to do what they're doing, but they ignore that.
Anyway.
Yes, now that you're back.
Okay.
Let us begin anew. Shopping. Or not really so much shopping, but more like selling.
Selling I don't need him for. Shopping I at least need to know what's available.
True. But to be fair, most of our equipment's already really good. It's going to be hard pressed to get something to...
What I expect to change is accessories and or augment gems.
True. Oh man. At some point, I don't need to have maintenance take a look at my kitchen sink because it doesn't want to drain quickly anymore. Oh, and the garbage disposal doesn't work. That's probably part of it. Yeah. It will. By the way, how bad has the snow been for you guys?
Not too bad at all so far. We had maybe a couple inches.
Oh, you're lucky. It's bad over here.
I say anything we had, I was able to get rid of with a broom.
Hmm.
It started up again, so maybe it'll get worse. But at this point, I put all the salt and stuff down. So legendary.
Is there anything items that you'd want to be?
I mean, I'll take tomes.
Always looking for scrolls for ritual spells to add to my ritual spell book.
Hangs above my stats permanently.
Yep, stat books are, I know, very, next to impossible to find, but always looking for. Augment gems. I doubt I'm going to get much better magical armor than what I've got, but never hurts to look.
I'd be interested in getting a new ranged weapon because I only have one gun. Not that I've had many opportunities to use it, since I've had to keep people alive more often than not. Yeah, something powerful that I can replace my two-handed sword with to use with my shield. Kind of pull the 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 fiction equivalent of the guy that has a shotgun and a shield. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Something that can let me do that. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen given my oversized two-handed weapon is that I can use one-handed as 2d12. Wait, no, I believe it's a d12 plus 2d6 fire. I have to pull it up and look. Now I'm out of the kitchen. Oh yeah, it is 2d12. Bless you. honestly not sure how much of stuff we have to even be able to get things with.
In terms of like how much money you guys actually have.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what's on your character sheet. I know you can look at the loot crate and see what's there.
Oh, I know what I have on my character sheet. But tell you library under
Loot crate's a G-Doc.
playroom.
I think there's a link to it in the Estelia library handout.
Yes, there is. Oh wow, we actually have a good chunk of money in there.
Well, I just finished doing a bunch of selling, but yes.
Just so we can all keep it in one place, I can add my.
Well, this is
Oh, yeah,
the money I haven't distributed yet. This is
Oh, never mind then.
that's it. Because usually what I do is once we get to a town where there's actually stuff worth buying, is I'll divide it up evenly among everybody. So this is just what's collected since the last time we were at a major shopping point.
Gotcha.
Hence the random, again, 500,000 copper pieces. I don't know where we were when we got that, but at some point we got a major infusion of copper.
If I recall, it was it was some type of lair.
Probably. That might have been Terra's lair.
No, because we didn't take it.
No, we all got stuff from Terra's lair.
Yeah, but we didn't get 500,000 copper pieces.
That might have been what she was willing to part with. I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure it came from when I found that one room in the other city before we came over here.
Maybe, I don't know. I just know as you can see, it's in there.
The sheer amount of copper that is, we could probably throw it at someone and cause significant bodily harm to them.
The oldie sock full of pennies.
I am actually.
Well, it's 100 copper to every gold.
Yep.
So
That's 5,400 and change in gold. Yeah.
yeah, actually no, it's you move the decimal place over too.
Right. So 5,454.
Oh yep. And 0.25. Oh god, that's so much copper. Legitimately, we can bash someone in the head with this. I think we actually have a chest just full of copper coins. Logistically speaking. Because you know how like a chest full of coins is only like a few thousand coins. Like we probably have like a giant barrel. Like a keg-sized barrel or two just full of copper. And then the
a bit quicker. Wait,
also, I know you're making the list of stuff, David, but while we're doing this shopping trip and going around and doing the selling and stuff,
yep.
I am going to look quietly into whatever Alwyn just pointed out, because a valid point was made. I never got the crystal thing. I just got the memories and the crystal disappeared.
Yep. Okay. How would you want um
Given that it's generally a magical item that we attune to, from my understanding of how it's been described.
Not all of them require attunement, but
Well, just generally how they've been described as, like, they're magical items. Some of them you attune to, some of them you don't. That kind of situation, I would probably try to use my Arcana and medicine knowledge to see if there's something actually wrong with me or not, both magically and physically.
okay.
And, using my senses and whatnot to try to determine that without being particularly too obvious. Oh god, that's a lot, Tristan. Is that what we're all getting?
that's per person, yeah.
Okay, let me pull up my calculator.
I already broke it down, but oh, you mean that's what you already have?
Yeah, that is what I already have. 793 plus 937. So I just want to say this to whichever poor bastard we decide to throw this copper at. We have to feel bad for them, right? They're going to have to go counting for days.
Well, presumably we have some, especially given the Magitech setting we have here, we probably have some equivalent to like the money counting machines.
Yeah, but still, the sheer amount, and you're going to have to double check it. 54 for you.
Well, I'm just saying they probably have some way of just like dumping all the coins into a thing, and it'll spit out a number.
At least with where we're at, yeah. At least it's guaranteed to be here.
Because again, we are going with a pseudo steampunk type thing, so it's like we gotta. There's probably some kind of technology for that.
I somehow only have 44 pieces of silver.
Well, we haven't been getting a lot of silver, so that's not.
I'd say that's a blessing, almost, realistically. Yeah, it's been snowing all day. I'd say there's probably about a good 3 inches of snow there at this point. Less on the road, just because it mostly just kept melting as they salted the roads. Cars kept driving on it. The friction keeping the road cold but not freezing. There's probably like an inch and a half now.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, yeah. You can feel free to roll your medicine and arcana if you.
Rolling medicine or bountiful?
Um,
I was asking about trying to figure out if there was any truth to what anyone was saying.
Checking for the Ydris. Got it.
Yeah. Not that I would let her know that I'm doing it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I clearly should ask, but I was assuming that you were finding
Being discreet
somewhere
about it, yeah.
isolated.
And then 18 plus 11. There you go. Also, I want to say I have found my new favorite thing. Instead of like Tostitos pizza rolls, El Paso makes nachos that are stuffed.
Stuffed nachos.
Yeah. It's basically Tostitos, but it's like their nacho cheese, like and whatnot. It's El Paso and spicy beef. Really cool. And really good. They come in bags of 40, so there's not too many of them, unfortunately. But there you go. I made my rolls. You cannot deny the doctor of the party.
Such powerful rules you have.
Magic
Okay.
might be able to fix everything, but I'll have you know that being a good doctor is more important than just being able to say medicine fix it. Sorry, magic fix everything. Hmm.
Finishing up shop.
You're all good. I was piling up dinner on the plate. Ah, man.
Ass banking. So
We should start a banking plan.
I gotta do my money. That's money. Sierra's money.
Mm.
I did the math. I didn't. Well, I screwed myself. I got everybody else's right.
You can't short yourself the banker. In fact, you need to start charging them for it.
Like I said, if I shorted myself, it was unintentional. And it's also y'all's fault for having the guy who has the math version of dyslexia doing the banking.
There we go.
If it's up to me, we'd be communists for this game. Because fuck trying to divide numbers.
I mean, I was a communist. I don't know. I don't mind dividing it up evenly among everybody. That having done it this way and done it the way where we just have one large pool of money, I definitely prefer it this way just because it does keep things fair. It does keep one person from like running away with like all the buys.
Oh, there would have to be more to it than just one pool of money. Everyone can use it. But to simplify things, they just have one pool of money and say, leave it at that. Because one pool of money and you're allowed to spend up to a quarter of it would be simpler than having to keep track of a whole bunch of different numbers every time we come up to buy things.
The big ones we usually do is potions, just so we can carry our own healing, and we don't have to rely heavily on you, so you can actually use your actions for other shit.
Yes, potions. We need them.
That's not a real number. That's a real number. Finally.
I think I know what my next character is going to be. I'm going to do an Oath of the Crown Paladin.
Oath of the Crown.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
It's showing up, you know. Not one I'm familiar with. Sword Coast Adventures, that's why. Okay. Book I have almost never dealt with.
So it's been supplanted by one.
Hmm.
By your info tab, we'll have shop info. There was a lot here, but then the city also had stuff.
Fancies. And like,
Okay, as for your kind of examining of yourself, you find our examine going over. Is this just you? You're not using any kind of specialized things.
No, it's just me. Maybe ask Keegan to double check.
Saw your headquarters.
I remember when Arcane Shark.
You'll find that there is very strong uh, existence, not 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 or kind of like their term, swirling um around these this staying um there are, for like our term, bits of it that have, but it's not so. Um, given role, um, it's almost as if it's being stubborn.
Hmm.
As you were with the other instances, it was fairly. It was fairly quick and into.
So it's m- effectively it's the power of the crystal merging with me, but at the same time not wanting to merge with me.
It's like, yeah, part of it has, part of it has not. But it hasn't like left you or anything. It just isn't. It just isn't. It isn't merging.
What would I need the roll to figure that one out? That's interesting.
It would be an Arcana roll, and an investigation roll. You given kind of like the nature of the strange nature of what this is, you're you're looking at you're looking at least a few hours of having to try to metaphysically kind of poke and prod and figure out things in terms of giving you a time frame.
I guess I'll do that before I go figure out whatever my family's been up to on the island. And before I start that whole process, I'm just going to mention it in the sense of the crystals being stubborn. I'll be right back. As I proceed to teleport myself back to the ship now that I've been here. And casually have picked up a stone. Because I would have done that. Before I leave this place.
Which stone?
A stone from this area.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Because, I'm going to have my teleportation options, thank you. And then I'll spend the time to do that. There you go.
Okay. Did it disappear on you?
I had to refresh.
Oh man, we got the full set of everything. Bodily health, gainful exercises, gainful quickness, and clear thought.
Bunch of books I can't afford.
I don't believe we even have enough money for most of this manuals, unfortunately.
Some of us do. Just the people who are actually here.
Well, we at least got the strength book before.
We've gotten, I think it was strength and dex.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did get Dex, and I believe it was given to you to use.
Yeah, I got dex and you got the other one.
Yeah, and I got strength. That's right.
But unfortunately, the stat enhancing books are expensive. Legendary. Except for one of them that's listed there. That's actually strangely listed as very rare. I would argue that that should be listed like everything else, but that's not how the DMG has it listed as. Crazy.
So, if I understand this correctly, the rotary hotcha
Watcha.
is a watcha is literally a rotary barreled crossbow.
Effectively, yeah.
No. If it's using the actual term, it's one of the fire carts that just has arrows of fireworks strapped to them.
Well, I mean, it's less that they're. I mean, yeah, effectively they're fireworks. It's a medieval rocket launcher. Yes, I know what a watcha is.
It took me a moment to remember what it was.
Yeah.
So,
and this thing, instead of being basically being a wine rack that volleys crossbow bolts at you, this thing spins and lobs crossbow bolts at you.
but it's going to be like the size of a cart.
No, that's the point. It's small. It's a man portable device.
Mm.
It is the setting equivalent to a light machine gun. It's a man portable support weapon.
That is so expensive, though.
26,000.
Yeah.
I don't know how much money you guys have, but I do know you guys have been given like tons of stuff that have been sold and turned into money.
Some of us have several hundred thousand. I have 78,000.
Oh, okay.
I have 86,000
Okay, so
and an extra 7,000 platinum.
so it's not like I haven't been giving you guys enough to actually afford this. It's just things have been. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we so rarely get things that when we get them, we spend almost everything normally.
The damn sheet keeps like super, shrinking.
If you double click on it, it'll do that.
Well, as far as I know, I haven't double clicked on it.
Because you're talking about where it shrinks to just the name, right?
No, it's like you can like resize it.
Yeah.
The size keeps snapping up to the minimum.
Oh.
And when I try to fix it with my cursor, it either sticks to my cursor or doesn't acknowledge my cursor's there trying to fix it.
That's so annoying.
Again, keeps sticking to my cursor.
It's been a while since I've had that happen. Direct clicking fixes it.
Eight plus proficiency plus wisdom to be deaf. That's kind of funny, actually.
Oh,
As you're continuing to kind of analyze kind of what's going on with yourself. Um, and uh, um, comment. The others are not like us that could in part be, well, if it's acting stubborn as you say, then could then I um wonder if no, I doubt me leaving would solve any.
Yeah, I doubt it's you. Hmm. You know what? As a whim, I'm gonna go into the elevated state, David. That thing that we wrote so long ago that you gave me as a Benny. See what happens.
Okay. How long are you going to stay in?
Even if it's a 3-day, I'll stay in it for my maximum amount of time. Which, if I recall correctly, is based on level. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, it's round equal to.
Yep. So I will do that for my level rounds.
Okay.
If I recall, we're level 27, so
29.
Yeah, you guys were so close to just making it to 30.
Yeah, 29.
oh, that's right. We are 29. I just haven't updated the that part. DTD. And yeah, I would do it for 29 rounds. Yeah, that's an entire time frame. That's actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, it's just under 3 hours.
Well, each round is 6 seconds, so it's
Yeah, it's
only
2.9
21.
hours. I just did the math.
It's rounds, not
I'm sorry, 2.9 minutes.
yeah.
That's 174 seconds. Divide that by 60.
Yeah, because 30 rounds would be 3 minutes. Because each round is every 10 rounds is a minute.
Mhm.
Okay, staying in that state. Once it gets past a minute, there will be some blowing particulate, blowing dust that it's from you, very similar um how when the crystal particleized and um how emitting the same kind as they um seemingly by control of some unseen wind um coalescing towards an empty spot nearby you. You feel that more of the energy and as during this process. Um, it's as if have um, qualified or earned it, and between these two roles at this point, um, it from what these roles anyway from what I reckon, it's quite possible that um, the part of the essence of this rock is um 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 next prideful or in some fashion due to your own inherent essence um in part on it. And Bahamut, um your your line is rather different from the others.
Yes, it is. Also, hold up. When the hell did we get a gargantuan scale rapier?
I remember we took it off a boss. I don't remember which boss.
Feeling that was back in the Pezier arc.
No. That was a recent.
No, that was recent.
Maybe it was in the Sindini Desert. I don't remember. Wait, do you guys holding on to that just to have a large ass weapon on hand?
We were holding on to
Why?
it because Sierra was debating whether she wanted to make, to be Alucard from Castlevania with the Sephiroth rapier. I want to say it was one of the people we fought in Terra's lair.
I think it was one of the large creatures. No, that's
I
the
want to say it was a
flashback.
guy. I want to say it was the black robe guy.
But he wasn't a gargantuan creature to use it.
No, he wasn't. He was just using an oversized weapon.
Yeah, you can do that. Now, if it's too large, you just can't wield it at all. But if it's not super large, you can do it. It's just difficult.
Gargantuan is super large for a medium-sized creature.
That's true. Of course, this person also is not your regular individual.
Again, it was a boss. I remember, and it was not, and the weapon was not sized to them.
I honestly don't remember it. And it annoys me that I don't remember this. I mean, how much damage would a gargantuan weapon even do?
Is it not listed there?
No.
No. Gargantuan scale rapier of shock. That's all I
I
have.
want to say the weapon doubles damage with every scale.
Yes.
So
large, huge, and then gargantuan.
I think a rapier does a D8 normally.
Yeah. It'd be 2d8, 48, 8d8?
Yep.
Does a strength of 24 mean I can wield it?
You can lift it. But as I understand
Besides,
it,
you already have your oversized weapon.
As I understand it,
I have a
regular
large
person is not able to wield gargantuan weapons.
No, not normally.
You have to increase your size to, I believe, large, and then you could wield the gargantuan weapon as if it were an oversized weapon.
Alternatively, I believe there are feats in the feat compendium for that.
You might be able to get around it by using something like telekinesis.
Have to. Besides, rapiers are almost useless to you because you're not dex-based.
True. But it also means that the longsword damage is incorrect. It should be 3 levels higher, so should be 3d12. Not the 2d12 that was originally written as.
Well, that's based on the monster he took it off of.
Yeah, that was written from monster that I just didn't have the monster strength modifier because he. So that was directly off the stat block. So
should it technically be 3d12, not 2d12 then?
Well, what he's telling you is that that it's accurate.
Okay. Dang.
Double check that because I might be remembering it might be just plus the weapons modifier again, but I want to say it's double.
I want to say it's doubled as well because I believe it's in the DMG.
Yeah, I'm looking. Double the weapon dice if the creature is large. Triple the die. Okay.
Okay. So
it is +1.
It's double, triple, quadruple. Okay.
Okay.
So it's not exponential. Double, triple, quadruple.
So that would be 1d8 is medium, 2d8 is large, 3d8 huge, so 48.
Yep. Hey. David.
Yeah.
Are there any huge weapons here?
Yeah, wield them even if they were.
Well, I can, because that's what I've been using this entire time.
Oh shit. Okay, I gave it a 20% chance. Wow, I like how I give them completely different die codes in it.
They were all the same. If I recall correctly, longsword does a D10 or a D8 if it's being wielded with one hand.
Yeah, D10 if two-handed, D8 if one-handed.
Um. Hmm. 2D12 or 3D8 would be better.
3d12 versus 3d8. And damage is maximum is the same, so 3d8 is arguably better because its damage minimum is lower. But also, I doubt you can wield that thing one hand.
Yeah, I'll stick with the special one that I have in that case. But yeah, I have a 24 in strength. I can do quite a bit. Either way, though, things are good. I was curious about that as all, David. Especially when we had a gargantuan-sized weapon.
I'm glad you asked. I don't necessarily think about stuff like. Now I will say there is more likely to be variable-sized weaponry in the Ustrina Empire.
Where we're going.
So the next main quest destination.
Because originally I was going to say no, but Ustrina Empire. But then I kind of thought, I'm like, oh, well, I'll give it a 20% chance. It was like 14. Oh,
I mean, it is Moscow, so.
yeah.
Either way, though, cool. I can't think of anything I want to get in particular, so I shall hold off on things outside of our usual shenanigans that we do.
You go check on your family, I'll go.
I figure given the sheer amount here, I imagine it would be at least a couple hours of shopping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we should convert all of our copper into gold. Wait, no, I have something better. Just to
I was
curse
leaving that
you.
up to the individual. If they want to go deal with the money changer, that's on them.
I know what I will do. Because it's cursed.
Just my
and we
job to
haven't done
count it
it.
out and hand you the sack.
Come back with Electrum. Come back with some cursed Electrum. Just to annoy you guys.
I still love how I did that one game, implying that you don't see Electrum around at all because the currency is literally.
Of course, believed to be cursed.
Yeah.
Nope. Highly radioactive, totally cursed. Gives you cancer.
I mean, realistically, a medieval fantasy society, you're probably not living long enough to die from cancer.
Yeah, but we're not in a realistic medieval society, are we?
No, we're not.
I can conjure fire from my butt. This is not a realistic society.
But at the same time,
We have people who are living 750 years.
So to be fair, because we're not, we also heal ourselves with magic. So, oh no, cancer.
Anti-magic cancer.
Is that what the anti-magic crystal's made of? It's made out of Electrum, and they use it as money over in the Illustrina Empire?
Each crystal has a core of Electrum in it. It's the secret ingredient.
That's what it is.
Electrum. I know it is nethicite.
That's what I mean. It's Electrum is actually nethicite.
Oh shit! I just had a great idea. Okay, you know how you have some empires and stuff and fantasies that are like really anti-magic? make your country's currency out of an anti-magic material. So if people want to actually pay for goods on the regular market and they go through currency exchange, their mages are then having to handle coinage that makes them unable or more difficult to cast.
You know what? I like it. Let's run with it.
That is great.
The Shunan Empire bases their currency off Electrum, aka Nephesite. And the reason why they trade with the rest of the world is because they maintain a foreign reserve of normal currencies as well. But their internal economy is run off Electrum Nephesite-based money. Oh god, that's hilarious. But yeah, after spending a few hours figuring out this whole shenanigans, I'll go see what's up with the family.
Yeah.
Make sure that the family is still being, well, Space Switzerland. Sorry, not Space. Final Fantasy's equivalent to Switzerland. I don't know why I said Space Switzerland. But, yeah, I'll do that, and then, well, beat, well, a level 20 cleric. In the free time, that because we have a day. Unless you're gonna say shenanigans of something happening.
But you can spend your day with your with family. I recall of your background there wasn't any real estrangement.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, they'll be happy to see you. They will they'll regale you with the ongoings of it's been good.
Party holes when he's hanging out with the family.
Yeah, Mint would help. Bringing Tara back would help.
Yeah, well, we can't bring back Tara. She's we just just you can put her away. We put her in the box. We can't bring her back. She's on cooldown after completing her quest. Fine, we got options. We are David and I were going down the list and like, okay, we got Mint, we got Lane, and we have Kara, the funny girl sorceress.
I don't remember Kara.
She used to be part of Rosara.
Oh,
So we got her as part of Rose's background quest.
that's right. because she was a part. You had you basically did like the Full Metal Alchemist thing of trying to put her soul in Rosara, and
I mean,
then
it wasn't quite that bad because it was only a fragment thereof, but yeah.
still went Full Metal Alchemist on it.
Well, I mean, if you think about it for a second, we're all going Full Metal Alchemist because our magic literally runs on dead people.
Yeah.
All I did was make sure that the souls I used to make my familiar were, ones I actually knew.
True, and technically, oh god, yeah. I really am. We really are, because, like, for instance, for me with Keegan, if Keegan somehow died, it's like, okay, I'm gonna spend 8 hours. Keegan's back.
Of course, now we
Quite
know that
literally.
you're just reconstituting Keegan from the leftover bits of Bahamut, but
Man, yeah,
The point still stands.
Mhm.
And literally you just go, oh, you died, Keegan. Oh, well, you're not dead anymore. We spent 8 hours in this intricate ritual. And you're no
all
longer
your cure
dead.
wounds is shoving dead people into the wound of a guy who didn't die yet.
Oh god. Explain my resurrection then.
Well, that's easy. You're calling them back from becoming mist. You're reconstituting their physical shape.
Yeah. Because as what was spoken about in the Isadair arc, like some have strong enough wills to kind of temporarily remain for a final task. But once you're actually, a firefly that goes into quote unquote the live stream, the cycle, just that's what you want to call it. It was implied that that your memories just kind of like join the whole until you come back into regular existence again as a new individual. That's why the entire thing um with
The Soul Train?
with Kara was that the soul fragments also was using a technique to try to preserve memory after passing.
Mhm.
So all resurrection is again going, okay, this person, their disparate parts still exist
Let me put them back together.
in the beyond. Let me put it back together and correctly reconstitute it. I guess, more scientifically speaking, you're putting existence in a centrifuge to separate the parts you need and taking those parts you need.
Also, I just realized something. That makes Magicite effectively the Philosopher's Stone. Are we sure we're not playing Full Metal Alchemist and not Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
I was about to make, there's no alpha, so I'm like animated armor and sentient armor. I haven't done it in a while, mainly because I haven't been really been in a position to. But there are what was it we were calling it the items of surprise.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know what these items of surprise are. I'm concerned now.
It's only happened a handful of times, but when someone fully missed, sometimes something special is physically left behind.
Yeah, so we've had.
Oh.
I don't remember which ones they are, but we have picked up a couple.
Yeah, and I've generally had them represented by like legendary or artifact level items.
Gotcha. But yeah, after spending a day double checking family, making sure that the business is still running and that the Republic hasn't fallen.
The Republic has not fallen. You are right. They're person, a part of your background. I don't believe they actually had a name. I have Carissa listed here. That lines up with the background. Or
I do not recall giving a name to anyone in particular.
okay. Your family would make you aware then that Carissa is looking for you. Kind of like she knew you'd probably be back eventually, so she basically left your family a message to go see her whenever you came back and had a chance.
Okay. Given the lack of time, I believe we don't have that chance.
I mean, we're here. We have to leave in the morning, so we got all day.
Yeah,
you
that's a good
you
point.
could also check in on your way out if you wanted.
Yeah, we got nowhere to be till the morning. So
The headset actually cut out. What was checkout?
You could actually check it out on your way out if you wanted.
I guess I'll go look into this and see what she wants. As since family's doing good, there's nothing in particular to be done for that. Probably drag along. I'll drag along a Keegan that's been polymorphed into another dragon. And then silence.
Sorry, I've been working on a thing for you. Okay, so you're bringing King with you. Okay. You going over to where Chris is. She is in. To the northwest tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is where that is where is her as as you may or may not recall, trying just to avoid the as you should know line. The death knell of all writing.
Well, to be fair, I only vaguely remember the actual written part of the character's background because the original sheet got lost and we had to remake it, and it's literally what is on the character sheet. I remember losing the initial character stuff a long time ago. I just know that my character happened to have been possessed by a celestial, and it was funny.
Yep. And I've been telling you for a while. Oh, I have great use for that. I now know now you know that you're tied to to a draconic god.
Yeah. Um. But yes, I would make sure to head over there. I would let Ro know on the off chance he feels like coming. Because if I'm being wanted for something, it might be interesting as a party to go deal with whatever it is. I am known as a member.
I think I'm good, but thank you. I've got to, round up some people anyway.
Well, you have fun teleporting to wherever you need to teleport to. Not like we can't get around the world on demand nowadays.
Oh, I don't know about the whole world, but yeah, we can get around a bit.
I mean, there's only one part of the world we can't realistically get to. And that's the Trinity Empire, because they literally are made of nephesite practically.
Yeah, it was like teleporting over there is not impossible, but risky.
Teleporting in general is risky.
Nonsense. We've been perfectly fine every time I've done it. With 0 chances of being telefragged. So far.
Yeah, I'll stick to my trees.
I mean, you're teleporting your trees. Same thing.
Yeah, except I can't get telefragged.
But you lose the versatility of it. And I'm not getting telefragged because I'm going to very specific spots. Like your trees.
Yep. Second, we don't go to a specific spot, we get, run the risk of getting telefragged.
But having the option as an emergency is useful.
I didn't say it didn't have a use, I just said I don't like it. Given a choice, I will stick to the tree. That's all I said.
That is fair. Very fair. Well, if you're going to go collecting people to help us in our next grand expedition into a corrupted city, I would suggest Mint. Maybe,
Already reached out.
Can't have Terra. Just because it's been too early.
So yeah, the only person I in theory need to go get is Mint. Everybody
What
else is
about
in theory
the,
already on the boat.
What about the barbarian guy?
He's Sam, who's we've never done anything with, and he's in theory still just hanging out on.
He's back in Cardinal.
As he's helping rebuild Cardinal.
Yeah.
I mean, do we need another fighter type?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, Sam is an option.
I wasn't disputing he was an option. I'm not sure what he brings to the table. I was thinking because I thought about him. I was like, I don't know what he brings to the table that we don't already have.
Well, we haven't seen him since like I don't know, 8th level.
I mean, even unless he's dramatically changed what he does, he just hits things.
Yeah. So having more people who hit things hard would be nice.
Let's try it with this first. If we decide we need it, we can always bring him in.
True. I can actually prepare a very specific spell for it.
You don't have to even prepare a specific spell. I just go sending and then pop a tree open. But sure.
I mean, I'm talking about in the middle of combat.
I mean, gate only works if if Sam is his actual name.
I didn't do it. 1 second. There's part of that message that is not listed.
That's right. It also is technically, I believe, requires you to be the person to be on a different plane of existence. Yep. Never mind. Does that technically mean I can summon gods? If I mean, know
in a normal D&D game, if the GM lets you and you know their actual name versus the name they tell people, yes. So isn't there like a CR limit or something?
No, there is no limit. It's you conjure a portal link to an unoccupied space you can see within range. Your precise location on a different plane of existence, the portal is circular and open, but you can make 5 to 20 feet in diameter. Orient the portal in any direction you choose. Wait, no, that's just normal gate.
Yeah, gate is what you're talking about.
Portal lasts for this. Portal has a front and back. Travel through the portal is possible only by moving through its front.
Deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals from. So you can only summon a god if God wants to be summoned.
Yeah.
I say when you cast a spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature. A pseudonym, title, or nickname doesn't work. If that creature is on a plane other than the one you are on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws the creature through to the nearest non-occupied space.
And you gain no special power over the creature. It is free to act as the DM deems appropriate. It might leave, attack, or help you. Hey. Would you like to shortcut to the boss fight? I'll summon the moon. I know what is in the moon. Oh god, I actually know what's in the moon.
Hey.
Cool, but while you're going to go collect the party, I guess I will go see what is up with the person who is looking for me. Keep things simple. Yeah.
Okay. I do that. Trish, were there any questions about the augment gems, or I'll say, Eric, if you were questions about the augment gems or anything in the shop?
Questions? No, is things I would like, but I either literally can't use or can't afford. Because like I like the arcane shard. I'm already at charisma max, so that doesn't do me any good.
I didn't see an arcane shard.
Yeah, there was.
I see the arcane shard ale.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The thing that increases your casting stat by 2.
Oh. Oh, I'm technically at max, so it doesn't increase max, does it?
Nope. That's why I didn't get it either, because I'm at max already.
Yeah, the arcane shard ale stein. I see it.
It's either I can't afford it or I want to buy it, but it would do me no good.
I mean, I will buy a shotgun though, just so I can say I have a shotgun.
Okay. Are you
And I will buy it plus free ammo for it.
I see the Yeah, it's like I know you tend to be fond of the firearms and the shotgun and such. For at least from what you've been saying. Have finished.
Wait. I have a. Can it be a large shotgun? A large shotgun that I one hand and shield. 3d8 piercing plus 3. And put the augment gem for plus 2d6 fire damage.
I'm
Let's
pretty
go.
sure a large shotgun would literally just be a cannon.
Details. Has to be a large. It still has to be a shotgun for the sake of it being.
Isn't the shotgun already
hilarious.
two-handed?
Yeah. has two-handed push, actually. Well, I guess there's a comma missing, but yeah, it is two-handed.
That's what I thought. It was,
I mean, it would just be it requires two hands to reload it. I can at least fire it.
no.
Reload.
If it's a two-handed weapon, that means it requires two hands to operate. That's what the two-handed trait means.
I don't have anything to negate that. That makes me sad. I can't use my shield with it. I still stand by the fact that I'm going to buy the shotgun.
I can buy it. I'm just pointing out. Here's a two-handed weapon.
One moment. Ding.
Oh god, we're just holding on to all these augment gems. Yeah, we have a lot.
And changing your augment gens in action, and they are all very situationally useful.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, can do it. I believe. Okay. If you look on the bio tab of your sheet.
Oh no. Things have happened, apparently. Roll 20. Please load. No, it's broken.
What is it? You click on it, nothing happens?
I just have the forever loading of the D20.
Oh.
Let's see if I close it and then reopen it.
This is why you never close.
Nice.
You just minimize your sheet.
Well, no, I had the sheet open, but because he made a change to it, it immediately threw it into that white blank space.
Oh, is that what happens in here on y'all's end when I make a edit? Okay.
Yes. I see a hyperlink. Is that what I think it is?
Yes. That is what resulted from the
Oh.
coalesced stuff.
Oh dear God.
That's what I was working on while I was trying to run the rest of everything else.
Never mind, I don't need a shotgun.
Here, those ancient magic crystals keep handing out so many guns.
So this is the second gun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the second gun, technically.
Yeah, so 50% of all crystals hand out guns.
I would like to say it probably turns into whatever the user wants most at that time that is most useful to them.
Oh yeah, I imagine the weapon's suited to the the hero of the time. I just again,
I also know what a gun is.
that was my point. You're a rock that's been living in a basement for 1800 plus years. Well, you know what a gun is.
That's a fair point. We didn't see anything that looked like guns back then.
True. You did see things like giant ass radiant light cannons and shit, so you probably didn't need guns.
And they were supposedly more advanced than us, so they probably had lasers.
Hence the radiant guns and stuff. And the Nova cannons.
And then on top of that, technically, I would at least explained it to you. Technically, the crystals are resonating with the heroes each time that heroes show up. And, well, kind of how all the memories of every past person becomes one with the mist. Technically, the crystals are the mists. in a more physicalized form. So in theory, they know the
Everything is the
knowledge of
mist
the
in a
world.
physicalized form. I'm the mist in a physicalized form. You're the mist in a physicalized form. This is the thing I keep trying to explain to all these fucking priests. They don't get it.
Well, let me put it. It's a bit. It's a bit different, I guess. This is like more like. I can't find a way to explain it.
I mean, I understand what you mean. I'm just pointing out.
Just so you're aware, this weapon can use conventional ammo. It just the ammo undergoes a type shift when.
Cool.
The same way that like Tarblane could like plot other things into it.
So. This is probably just spelling error, and I'll ask to fix it later. But I assume regenerative ammo is the reloads, regate, one on short rest or all on long rest.
The
I
ammo is
assume
totally
that-
gated.
Yeah, it's using the gate spell to reload. What do you... You see those arcane runes on the barrel on the revolver chamber? They rotate to the left and then to the right and then to the left, and there's a chunk noise and then another chunk noise, and then a blast of water comes out of the back of your gun, and suddenly it's reloaded.
And actually, let me rephrase that since I have separated out ammunition.
I think that's whatever David said. David, of all people, should have gotten that joke.
Second. Actually, I have both ammunition and reload on there, meaning it stores that many, but after you do 4 shots, you have to perform a reload action to put the rest of the ammunition into place.
Okay.
There we go. Spelling should change for you.
I mean, clearly he was using that old Nintendo English.
Yes. Localization.
Apex rounds cost hit dice, spell points, 1+ reload.
Yeah.
Plus,
As in, it costs 4
per
or it
shot.
costs this, or yeah. Sucks.
Gotcha. The shot is rolled at this. I enjoyed this. That's all I have to say.
Good. Good.
And the fact that it can use normal ammo, it makes it very simple for me.
I know there could be a time where you don't have ammo, so. And it also makes it a bit different from Tarblane's.
And when you don't have ammo, that's when you dial a gate, and the ammo, gates into your gun.
It's not even just that. It's also I can just use magic to shoot. Straight magic, or my life. Because I have an option to spend hit dice on quite a few of these.
Yeah, that's usually how the world crystals go. Is they give you a hit die option.
Yeah, it's hit dice. Hold up. What does cost 1/3?
Cost 1/3 your hit dice, obviously.
Okay, where's the 1/3?
Erupting shot.
Or maybe it's 13 hit dice.
1 free. You can the shot the first use of that ability is free.
Oh. The
So
shot up to 5 different areas detonates in a space. Even one deadly creature occupies detonating a 15-foot I understand what it's supposed to say. I create a 15-foot AoE area, and I can do it up to 5 times. With the first one being 3.
Yeah, and if you shoot it at the same spot, it increases the damage like as if you're doing the swarm shot.
Cool. I will try to remember all this. I will leave this in the corner. I can see it at all times.
Until you forget.
Also, what do you think of Dragon's Wrath?
I see that, and I appreciate what it is. By the way, you didn't say what the save is. You just said that the DC is like casting stats DC.
Oh,
I would assume because of what it is Dex still.
yes.
Or it would be more hilarious. You make it intelligence.
If it was psychic, I'd say sure.
Sanity.
Sanity. If I will click check one, since there's no questions about it, just need more money.
Oh, honor. Let's make an honor save.
Yes, I have been given a shotgun.
Movie.
I do no longer need to buy one, so the shop is no longer concerning to me.
Okay.
Onwards to side quests.
Yeah, whatever your sibling or whatever wants.
Teresa, which I feel I had as a placeholder name. You yeah. Her actual place where she lives is at the top tower there. So it has a nice big old view of either the city or the landscape outside the city or the ocean, depending on which particular window area you're facing. Um, uh, she like wearing priestly vestments of um Holy Republic of Umbra. Um, shades of um shades of so she had some uh, um she also has a to be a white cloak on that wraps around it, transitioning a feathery or scaly texture depending on how you want to argue the self. Um, suggesting this other
Hmm.
thing. It's one of those things where it's like, I want to try to come up with a creative name. It sounds good. Then you read it later and go, oh, it doesn't sound good anymore.
Yeah, I can understand that one because I kind of gave you the blank slate with my character's background. I said these are the things that happened, and left it at that.
The essentially penthouse home location as the entire, technically the entire two up floor. Um, is clearly indicative of someone not at the highest point, but in the one of the higher echelons of the theocracy that is public. Um, um, I need to remember to throw in a few lines like "I'm gonna be with you" or something.
God.
um, anyway, and yeah, you'll see signs and stuff. The interpretations of Bahamut, as there are a couple visual interpretations of him. You happen to know what he really looks like, but
Yeah, there's Bahamut Sin, there's Bahamut Zero, there's Atomic Bahamut, there's Bahamut Kaiser, Bahamut Birth by Sleep, Bahamut Zero Zon.
it's just Bahamut.
Yeah, Bahamut.
And all of them are wrong except for one. But to be fair, technically, as a god, he could be whatever he wants to be on the given time.
That is true. I kind of assume that there are people that have accounts, and a bit of an artist game of telephone has occurred over the eons.
Or they're all just different ways he chose to arrive that week. Somebody summoned him during his goth phase or something.
I'm feeling emo, but damn it, this person's playing to me. Give me a second.
So by that measure, though, technically speaking, no one's been able to summon Bahamut since the fall, because he's been holed up in apparently one of the few remaining pieces of where the gods stayed at.
Or if they did summon him, it was an aspect and not the pure.
Yeah.
Also remember that not necessarily everyone can perform divine intervention, and also something that I think many players and GMs are kind of guilty of. You don't need to be the cleric or paladin class to be a devout follower of a religion. You could technically have a rogue class bishop.
Yes.
Just because you're a priest doesn't mean you have levels in cleric.
I only say that because
you're a follower doesn't mean you have levels in cleric.
Because myself included has made that erroneous call before.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You do not have to be a cleric to be a priest. Though technically, by being a cleric, you're kind of the equivalent of a living saint.
Yeah. It's like if you're a cleric, then you have a much, shall we say, deeper connection.
Well, if you're a high-level cleric, you're a living saint. Because remember, you gotta get 10 levels before God will even talk to you.
And it's on a 10%. It's on a 10% chance that he'll decide to say yes.
So again, you got a you're a pretty devout level fucker if you've gotten 10 levels of cleric.
Yeah, you are.
It's like your village priest is lucky if he has 5 levels.
Oh man, I have 20 levels in cleric. What does that make me?
You are a fucking saint.
Hey, I could be the saint of a religion now.
Um,
Although technically, I would have been for a while at this point. Just haven't gone back.
There's a reason older D&D didn't, call cleric spells spells. They called them miracles.
Yeah, I remember that. It was also back in the day when you could say betray your god and lose your cleric powers unless you went evil. If you went betrayed your god and went to a different god, well, you get pins on the god at that point.
you can technically do that now because the GM can say the god doesn't approve of your actions, and
Yeah, especially since your subclass isn't tied to your deity anymore.
but
You can totally tell one god to fuck off, worship a different god and change nothing on your sheet.
there are some things I miss about the old stuff, other stuff I don't.
It's just all now roleplay decision, which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with paladins. So
it's become more kind of willpower and self actualization than an actual devotion to a god.
Yeah, because I prefer the way they did paladins because it makes them much closer to like the idea of knights that they're supposed to represent versus religious warriors.
Actually,
I can see it where there's both versions of that. Like you have the paladin.
And there is, but at that point, it's how you're choosing to play it and what oath you took. Because there are some of the paladin oaths that are more religious bent than others.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I would say it's more based on the oath at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Because even if you're a religious, based paladin, you are still a knight. You're just a knight who's dedicated themselves to the church.
I also wonder if paladin cleric cross class might also be closer to a Templar.
That would be definitely closer to a Templar.
Yeah, I would say that would definitely be a Templar.
Anyway, we are getting off track again.
That's true.
Yes.
Curious, so when seeing you, will move somewhat hesitantly to give you a hug. They just have staff around doing things, but they're clearly like
okay. Well, I would return the hug, and I'm curious why she. I would ask her, like, why? Is there a reason why you asked for me? Kind of been all over the world as of late.
Oh, of course there is, Saint Amorous.
Oh, goddamn. I haven't even done anything to make it clear that I'm a level 20 cleric.
She read your power level.
I've also been literally going around on a weekly basis going, and here's divine intervention.
I was like, I haven't done anything. Oh, right, I was spamming that shit a minute ago, wasn't I?
And what was it? Oh, you have like 20 people in your half-collapsed temple with corruption injuries and are dying. Let me resurrect all of them.
I haven't been doing anything. How'd you know? Flashback 20 minutes ago. I am the avatar of Bahamut. Bask in my breath.
Yeah, I also did that literally yesterday. Like yesterday. Well, there goes the Satan nuking whatever he was fighting. Don't go over there.
Yeah, I have no idea how the fuck she knows. Maybe she saw my most recent painting.
When did they get a painting?
Everybody's got fucking paintings. Road's been chronicling the entire fucking journey on canvas.
Oh, that's right. You have been doing that.
And you can actually see them on display anytime you go in the gallery, because he's been updating the gallery every time something happens. It's like the entire internal stairwell is nothing but paintings chronicling all this shit.
But it's not like they go out and you're not selling them. Are you?
If somebody sees it and express interest, I'm open to the idea that art is meant to be shown and displayed.
Are you
Not like-
secretly just making like a museum of all of our the hero's journey?
Oh no! Is it the old?
I do admit that is his end game. Is assuming he lives, he's probably going to be doing a traveling art show, just documenting all this shit.
Is going to become the Ultima 9 mural. You'll paint things of the future and spoil the story.
I really haven't had a chance to. We haven't actually stopped long enough for me to actually really display anything.
Yeah, that's why I was like, hold up. How would she have a painting?
But I know I have handed a few out, so maybe somebody, she saw it when she talked to somebody. I don't know. I think Kisa has a couple of them.
Well, it makes sense for Kisa because we literally go to her library like on an almost weekly basis at the point. Like, hey, Kisa, here, add some more to the collection.
And I've probably given a few to Fiona for the for the various dens.
True. Oh god, that just reminded me of where's that? Remember the one Ember that we ran into in the valley where we had to fight all the undead?
Was that
Wasn't she part of the list of
But
NPCs?
Oh, you're talking about the planet will break before the city.
Yes.
Was it Hardlock?
Yeah.
Lockhart.
Blackheart.
There's also her.
The paladin that went from following one god to a different god.
Was trying not to draw from NPCs that I generated in Rose's background. Not opposed to that. I was just trying to stick to party neutral NPCs. But like I said, if the current easy access rotation doesn't work, or we find a weakness in it, I am open to drawing in more people. Just try not to put too many NPCs on David's plate.
No, I agree with you. I was just mentioning that as an option. Like, hold up, didn't we have a paladin?
We did have a paladin. She came from Rose's backstory, which is again why I was trying not to draw on her first, because I was trying not to be perceived as stacking the deck or something.
Why would it be stacking the deck? It's only us two, and I
don't
don't care.
know. I'm being extra careful.
Yeah, this.
I'm the least complaining person, long as things are mechanically sound.
Like, look, I don't know. I've had like a month of no matter who I talk to and what it is and what I say, somehow I have set somebody off. Not just in the gaming group. I set Sarah off the other day, so I'm just being extra cautious. Like, okay, who is like the least offensive person I can find?
Kristen, you will never offend me unless you directly insult me or my family. I'm going to make that clear to you.
And I appreciate that. I'm just explaining how I got to the people I got to.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. You can't offend me unless you insult me.
I'm also, just trying to be aware of the idea of like, okay, I don't know when people are coming back. If they come back, I don't want to get yelled at because it's like, oh well, you have all these NPCs that for some reason I decided I hated.
The only NPC that's known to be disliked is Terra.
Known to be disliked, yes, but it wouldn't be the first time I missed something or got blindsided by a hate that came out of nowhere. So,
How long to deal with it?
So I figure we'll start with the ones that fill holes we know we have because we lack a support and we lack a heavy caster, and Mint is just fun. So Lane is very good at throwing buffs because he's basically he's not a bard, but I mean he throws buffs like a bard, and Kara apparently is a sorceress, so she can in theory drop the big booms. And I never did figure out what Mint does, so that that'll be interesting.
Yeah, normally Mint's kind of was being bullied when she was
fun
with
for
us.
roleplay reasons. Yeah, I'm not opposed to bringing in, either swapping somebody out or bringing another one on board. I'm just, trying the easy access, low mana burn configuration first.
Nope. All good.
Don't want to get tree lag.
Oh, it did pop up.
Getting all the different time zones.
I mean, does it really count as tree lag if you're not even there long enough for it to matter?
Only in the sense it's burning a lot of mana. Unless they are right by the tree ready to go instantly, it is 7 mana per go. So that's 14 mana per trip.
True.
Actually, no, I take it back. I think it's actually 18 mana.
Um,
Well,
I
it's
believe
7 to
you're
get
at-
there, 7 to get back.
No, it's not. It's a 6 level spell, so 9 mana. So yeah, 18 mana per trip.
Oh. Ugh.
That's the other thing. I think my tree is cheaper than your teleport because your teleport's a 7th level.
yeah.
Yeah, it's teleport 7th level.
Um,
Oh, god damn it. It did it again. It removed all the spell point costs that I put in there.
oh, I hate it when it does that.
Okay, there is an easy fix for that.
I do believe that under the gear there's a spell
Yeah,
point.
so if you go to the gear, you can actually set it to use spell points instead of spell slots. And they actually finally fixed it so the cost is correct, because when they first put that in there, it was a one-off.
Yeah.
I click on the gear. Go. I must find.
Right-hand box, where it says general options, at the very bottom, right above short, long rest on.
Oh. Oh.
It is very nice. But unfortunately, I don't think it applies to the NPC sheets.
No, you can't do it in the NPC sheet.
I like that.
So yeah, it will fix the cost. Unfortunately, it will reset your existing spell points. You'll have to go in and correct the number because it doesn't give you the bonus points that David gives you.
Oh dear.
If you go to the Asalia library, there's the spell points handout is right there, and you can add the extra points you get for being a 20th level caster with max wisdom.
Fix that. Because oh my god, that just makes things so much nicer.
Yeah,
It really does.
I'm so glad they actually got that in there.
Let's see. Be under myth studies, spell points. 133 for level 20. And I have a 20 at 9th level, so I get 26. And go, because that is my stat. Hit points. Max. Up to. Okay. That makes things nice and simple and easy. Oh man, that just makes me happy. But when did I become a saint? I haven't done that much to be a saint yet. I'm still going to actively deny being a saint, even though I know I've done enough to be called a saint. I'm just going to make that clear.
Um,
I'm not
before answering,
vehemently denying it.
before answering you, she will ask one of the acolytes some. But turning your attention back. Smiling. But I don't think I haven't heard about some of the noteworthy events um in the Soul Memories. I heard that there is a a priest from the Republic that it was described to me as saved or healed a entire building's worth of people. I believe there is a all around around valley town that were that you were part of. I'm sure there are things that I haven't heard of.
I'll just be nodding along, like, oh, thank God, you haven't heard of all the other things I've done yet.
Oh, you've done more things?
Maybe.
New isn't necessarily necessarily the fastest given the places that you seem to travel. Um, outside of just wanting to see you when I get back, I did have something a bit more important to discuss with you. She'll gesture to another room that's set up like a much more like a living room with a couch and some chairs, coffee table. Table does have have a pot of a tea, some glass cups. So in this is um is on the of the tower. So you'd be looking part of the city CB.
Cool. Cool.
Well, before things got to where they are now, I was wanting to ask you uh talk to um talk to my um my brother. Saw some concerning things, but of course he doesn't talk to his sister about it. However, now things have escalated, so, escalated some. Um, as you do have a history where you are aware of her brother, who at the time when you were um when you more involved and less away, um, was um was apprenticing as a one of the that creates the magicite you power the cities, ships, and such things.
I mean, what could have you possibly done that caused such an issue for you?
Slightly before he slightly before disappeared, or at least made it to where I couldn't contact. Uh, there were the beginnings of a uh, disruption of seemingly random um, areas of the city, which since has spread to other areas of the Holy Republic. it was discovered that that there's been anthracite distribution. But from what the magistrate workers find out is this anthracite isn't the regular kind of anthracite that you from say the Austrian Empire, some of the other unfortunate areas. So I suspect that for some reason beyond my comprehension, is a part of some plot to smuggle the anthracite in, or is a part of somehow creating it with his skills as a site worker. So I wouldn't know of any way to do that, but I'd imagine that would explain why the anthracite is a little bit different according to the. My hope is that he's been strong-armed into something significant enough to clearly break fictions. I understand that there's been other things of concern to the Holy Republic. Olwen isn't shedding any details to me. She doesn't really share details with much everyone. Certainly count this as a natural disturbance enough to catch her attention. But she is handling this in some way. She hasn't.
Do we have any examples of this weird nephasite, as you put it, that I can see?
Yes, just one second. She'll stand and go into an acolyte. She'll head over towards you by way of being adjacent to the table with the tea. Would you like some tea, sir?
Sure.
She'll pour you some tea. It's a domestic tea. It's not important. The acolyte will be buying Dragonborn. You don't see that every day, kind of here. But
I didn't say he was Dragonborn. I said it polymorphed him into a smaller dragon.
Small dragon. Sorry, I thought you probably morphed him into a Dragonborn. Okay.
No.
Okay, in that case, then the acolyte won't pay it much mind, as it's not super unusual.
I mean, I would have turned him into the dragon that Blue was, which was a fairy dragon, if I recall, before she became what she is now.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done.
When Kirsay she'll be holding box wrapped in a cloth. The cloth itself, excuse me, is inscribed and enchanted to essentially be a kind of lesser war, but she'll tie it to reveal a deep um that you can really only see depending on how the light hits it. Otherwise, it's such a deep color that it otherwise appears black. Kind of like that deep navy blue, except she will open the box, which itself has enchantment on it, and inside will be this asymmetrical of of crystal. While some of its structure is jagged, points have clearly been rounded, so they're no longer sharp. There is standard kind of disconcerting feeling of deficit. I will, however, given what this is, excuse me, require a Constitution or Charisma saving.
You said Constitution or Charisma? Often it could be either or. $28. Also, I like to point out, as soon as it gets within 5 feet of me, I have the anti-magic shenanigans.
Yep. Excuse me. Okay. You will see the enchanted runic symbols that were. I know I said engraved. Embroidered is a better word. Cloth. The embroidered runic symbols on the cloth. Fray and break. Kirsayer herself will well trying to look stoic and probably succeeding as accolades are concerned. There is a bit of a whinge in her posture. You yourself, again, as I mentioned, still kind of the same disconcerting nature of just being around nothing to say as, but there is a bit more. You you feel that your that your magic reserves are being tugged, and as an as a and as a consequence of kind of noticing I did that, and then just kind of intuitively paying attention other signs. I know you mentioned that you had your anti magic.
Yes.
You will
I have
notice. that
Crystal.
that this piece of andesite and a roughly 5-foot sphere around it is not being enhanced by the existence anti-magic generation device you have.
Yeah.
And because you can notice that, it is it looks like it's absorbing it. At the very least, it's pulling it to it. What it's doing beyond that, you need to be a bit more investigative about. But instead of just disrupting magic, slash existence, it's seemingly absorbing it. Like at a glance, that's what it appears.
Can I make an Arcana check to know what it's actually doing?
You can make an Arcana check. This would be at disadvantage, given that you're not a magicite worker.
Correct.
$21. Okay. For the purposes of not using it, of not rolls, I will assume you pass these, but know that as you're kind of around it and analyzing it, every so often there will be more saves that I'm not going to ask for as it attempting to again kind of pull in magic in existence towards it. I'll just for the sake of this, I'll assume you save it. Just be aware that it wasn't a one-time effect. It's a recur.
Cool. You know what I want to do then?
Yep.
I'm going to ask her to be a step away from me. And I am going to do the fun thing. I cast anti-magic field. But there's no magic near it.
Okay. Okay, yeah. It
To see what happens while I'm also doing this Arcana roll.
well you're the anti-magic field is up. It is no longer you're no longer feeling that tug on your magical reserves. As you're analyzing it, or while you're analyzing, excuse me, and you do okay, yep. Due to the knowledge that you have, I'm glad you talked about some of your spells earlier.
Yeah, I have a lot of spells as a cleric.
You are, and this will take some time. Given it's your first time seeing it, I'd say you're also very knowledgeable. Also, I'd say half an hour. You are able to determine that the magic stress existence that is absorbing, it's not exactly it's not absorbing it and keeping it like a battery, or absorbing it and then destroying it. What it to be doing, because I presume with this kind of role, you're also doing some levels of experimentation.
Yeah.
It is taking in surrounding, magic and existence, and then your use of something similar to a teleport spell is shunting the absorbed energy to somewhere else.
Oh, cool. It's tied to what we already found out. Oh, great.
You find that if you try to just for lack of a better term, drown it in magical energy, it will store it up like a capacitor to a point as it breathes it away through where it's transferring it to, and then it'll just absorb.
You know what I'm gonna do?
One second.
At the end of all this, oh, you still have more? Oh boy.
Yeah, there's just a little bit more. You figure that its field and strength of effect, while of course being a matter of quality, is also likely a matter of size. So if there's a larger one of these, it would be affecting a larger area in a strong. So okay, go on.
Cool. I cast a spell magic at 11th level on this clearly magical effect.
Yes, but if it's a completed magical effect, it won't work because dispel magic usually doesn't work on magic items, for example, because the effect is considered completed.
Oh, that's.
It's worth a shot because you can do it. I'm just
I'm thinking about it because the fact that anti-magic suppressed it.
Well, anti-magic anti-magic can suppress an effect that is considered completed. You can't dispel a skeleton, but you can anti-magic a skeleton.
I can explain that to you because you're a roll. With the anti-magic, you have essentially pushed away anything substantial for it to absorb. It went beyond its ability to draw things in. So it's like I can't draw anything in right now.
Ah, okay.
But like I said, it is worth a shot. It's a good idea.
Yeah, if you want to dispel it.
Okay. And we're taking the day off anyway, so worst case, you wasted a few mana.
Okay, well, I switched for ever since it had to this plot got. Okay. I think you'll cast its spell. You said effectively at 11th?
Yep.
Okay. You will find, and also I'm presuming you're taking kind of the rest of the day to kind of mess with this.
Yeah. At this point, this has got my attention.
Okay.
There happens to be a magical anomaly, and the Black Robes are trying to transfer magic, and this is tying to that. And Rick did shenanigans with Nephesite and Black Robes.
Okay.
So, at this point, logical deduction says that these things are tied.
Then you will find that with your dispel, that it has suppressed the absorption nature of it. Now it's just acting like a regular Nephesite stone. So it still has its general magic disruptive properties, but it's no longer having that draining effect. You will find that excuse me. You will find that after 6 hours, it will regain its magic draining.
Like it was recast on the stone, even though there's no one to use it.
You'll basically you'll find that that the dispel magic suppressed the effect versus removing the effect. That being said, your 21 Arcana roll. Double check this before. So, Okay. That's um. You will find you will find that greater restoration will sever the draining ability.
Interesting. Hey, David.
Yep.
You know what tomorrow is, right? Tomorrow is 7 days.
Okay.
Well, I found something fun and interesting, and I'll use sending to tell Ro I found us a lead. It involves an epicite that is teleporting magical power to somewhere.
Sending is fine, but I will remind the character we do have telephones.
I mean, we had the earring of sending, though.
No, we have the earring of message.
Oh,
Which is
message.
150.
Well, that's what I would have used.
That's right, because the earring of message, has a range of 120 feet.
120. Okay.
Oh, only 120? Oh.
So you can try that. It has a limited number of charges.
I guess I will call you and use a phone like a normal person.
Because I don't think I'm going to be necessarily, if I'm teleporting all over the place, I'm not going to be within 120 feet.
Yeah, no. No, you wouldn't. That's why I was thinking sending, because sending is anywhere.
Oh yeah, as I said, you can use sending. Sending is not bad. I'm just they're saying it's 25 words. Like, okay, if you're going to have a back and forth here, we're going to need to actually use a phone.
I would say, hey, I got a lead. We need to discuss something. Call me when you're not busy.
That would work. Yeah.
Are you gonna give him
Where to call you?
Curse's number, or do you have the equivalent of a cell phone on you?
As I recall, we didn't have cell phones. It actually was.
Yeah.
I would give. Actually, no, I won't say call. I'll say go to this ship in X at the end of the day so we can discuss this.
Okay. Which, again, once I collect Mint and probably check in, maybe have dinner with the family myself, I'll. My brother's trying to drop the rest of the house on me.
I reinforced the wall.
Yeah, but with the rest of the walls.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like,
the other three fall down.
Yeah, there's okay, you reinforce one of the 4 walls. Now it's going to be the other walls, and that one's just going to fall on top of it perfectly intact like a crushed lean-to. Talking about how when a building's collapsed, or that one large wall is still somehow in one piece.
Yeah,
that's going to be that wall now. But yeah, I'll let him know that, and I guess I have a problem to fix tomorrow. Guess I'm not using it for other things.
Yeah.
I'm giving the time. I'm guessing tomorrow is next session.
Yes.
Yep. Well, tomorrow will certainly be next session. If you guys want to discuss the lead, you certainly can.
Yeah, since I was out of the room for most of that.
So there's special nephesite that's been getting passed around in the city, disrupting magicite and other magical things in the area. And instead of just disrupting, it's taking the mist or magic power, however you want to really phrase it, and effectively shunting it to somewhere else.
Okay.
And it stops doing that with anti-magic because then there's no magic around it. It doesn't actually stop the effect. The spell magic will suppress it temporarily if you're to cast powerful enough of one, but after roughly a long rest, just short of one of a long rest, it'll come back. But greater restoration removes it completely.
Okay, so what's the ask?
I believe it's tied to the other magical power spike that the investigator found.
Okay, so we probably need to bring it to her attention if she's not aware of it already. And then which is good, but then what's the follow up? Are you saying we need to run around all the city looking for these things, turning them off? Is this connected to where we're going?
I believe this is going to be connected to where we're going, but
Okay,
because we believe it's going to be the magical city where this magic is going, and we know that the Black Robes were trying to do the same thing with the crystal.
okay, so this is not a we need to deal with so much as this is probably connected to what's going on. Keep an eye out. Got it.
Yeah. And I have an idea to turn it off in the city. I just need a day. Or a night at this point.
That's it. Because that was what I was trying to figure out. I was like, do we need to send the boat on ahead? How far is where is where are we going? Where if we send the boat ahead, is there any point in sending the boat ahead? Or
yeah, it's nothing like that. It's more of letting you know that this is tied to something more than just random thing happening that would be interested in taking care of because we're heroes. This is actually possibly tied to the Black Robes. And them trying to do something weird again.
Are you gonna mention Kirsey's brother at all, or are you not deeming that? Which is fine if you're not.
I would mention that there is a person who might be a magistrate worker who may or may not be coerced into helping the Black Robes make this. But given the way that Black Robes operate, I don't know if it's what we can really do about that. But there is a missing person that does things with magicite and is now apparently possibly doing it with nephicite. Which, technologically speaking, is amazing. But the nature of who he might be associated with is concerning. But yeah, no, that... I would at least say I would personally want to try to find this person, or making more of an effort to find this person compared to other things. But right now, I think they're secondary to what information we've gotten from this. Does that make sense, David?
Yeah.
Like, yes, finding the brother is important, but this is more of trying to say that this is something we need to actually focus on doing versus it's something that we'll just do along the way.
I totally get regulating it to a secondary. Just because it's really important to her doesn't necessarily mean it has the same level of importance to you.
No,
Especially
I'm
with what's going
saying
on.
it's not even that part. What I was saying is more of I do want to find him. It is a priority for me, but I'm not putting it as
Right. It's
this
not
is
a
the only
primary
thing
objective.
we're doing. Because Ro has no reason to particularly care about an individual person, but
where'd you
he'd
get
be
that
more
idea?
just...
I care about people.
Let me
I'll deal
rephrase
with
that.
my family drama.
Well, the thing is that he's not family. But What I'm saying is that while he's important, I do want to find him. I feel the more pertinent information to you would be black robes messing with Mephasite and stealing magic.
Yeah, if we're doing it, if we have to do a triage, yeah, deal big picture, then dial back into the small picture. Look for dude before we leave, but this seems like it. Given we just thwarted a back row plot, this could be connected. Yeah,
Also,
that's kind of what I was treating it as a triage approach. This is important, but this could be tied to the Black Rose and whatever the hell they were doing we didn't know about.
I understand what you're saying. I do want to also point something else out.
Go ahead. Yes.
Remember that thanks to the book that you found for the the mirror chasm thing with Sarah, found that they were trying to control a confluence point which would essentially be granting them a vastly powerful point of magic / existence.
Hmm.
And I just kind of want to point out the similarity between that and the kind of slow build approach of this, of instead of collecting a single powerful point, you're just collecting a lot of varying smaller levels of power and apparently shunting it somewhere.
Probably towards that confluence that we're seeing the magical anomalies starting to form at. Yeah, I stand by what I said.
Just wanted to point out that it links to an ongoing plot line.
Mm-hmm.
I believe your characters would be aware of due to, in part, finding that book that clarified things.
Yes. And that's what I was thinking it was. I just didn't put it immediately to that. I think it was something like that. So I'm glad I actually know exactly what it goes to, not just a rough idea of them trying to control a large amount of mana or mist to do something nefarious.
Yeah. Okay. Next time, you guys will be given the location by where Olin is going to deploy. Guys. Therefore, likely encounter some level of quote unquote excitement. Apparently, are increasing your active party roster. So you'll have new people on your side. And Omros has partially regulated his imbalancing that Elwyn up on, and in doing so, got you that very nifty what I call it, crystal dragon
Wrath Scattergun.
Yeah.
Actually, let me walk back to my computer. I'll tell you its full name. It's the Crystal Scatter Dragon. That is its actual full name.
Which I guess we may or may not see debuted next time. Depending on if you want to use it.
Oh, trust me, I'm going to use it. It's better than what I have, and I can use it with my shield. So I'm totally going to use my large... Oh, I wouldn't say large. I am going to be using the shotgun. Yes.
See, if you look at the damage and stuff that it does, it's kind of like a drop.
It really is. And the fact that it can also change his damage, it really is a grok. But David, I see how you cut off part of the list of the damage types because it says cold, radiant, There was other things there, I could tell.
Oh, I didn't fill that part out. Oops.
I mean, it could have been a period that's supposed to be there, not comma, but... But yeah, no, this thing is, honestly terrifying. Also, the fact that it equals my caster DC, that's a DC 20 deck save for the final that part of it. I mean, I know that's not really much given our level, but still.
Well, that's closer to like the DC levels that that on level NPCs are going to be throwing at you. So for a player, that's actually really good.
Well, that's what the sheet is calculating. Is a DC 20. It's nice. It's simple. That's a lot of D10s. It literally just throws D10s everywhere. But hey, we got our selling session over with after every major adventure. We got that taken care of at least.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I guess I'm about to really make myself be known truly as a saint very quickly in the next session. Because logically speaking, it would be feasible to say to have divine intervention basically do greater resurrection to stop the Nephesite that is within the city from being basically casting greater restoration on it to sever the connection. So it just becomes dark green Nephesite instead of the normal color of Nephesite. What is the normal color of Nephesite actually?
I believe he previously described it as gray. Also, after that comma, I have added thunder, so
Cool.
it can be changed from fire to cold, radiant thunder. You can also, of course, use it to change it back to fire. But yeah.
Cool.
I based it off of the idea of Bahamut's perspective.
I've noticed.
So I do like the 3.5 description of there's been say that one of his breath weapons disintegrates enemies. Like,
You're not going to give me a death ray.
I guess that's for the really bad people. Oh no. I mean, there's a disintegrate spell. I don't think you can get it as a cleric, but there is a disintegrate spell.
No, I cannot get it as a cleric.
That does.
At least not as a deep, not as that cleric he is. There might be a cleric out there that does get it.
It has the extra nasty effect of if it kills you, not only does it disintegrate you, it disintegrates all your items. You ain't recovering nothing. Plus, the body's disintegrated. I hope you have true resurrection.
Ah, my headset died there. But that's just cruel and unusual punishment. No, not only are you dead, none of your items remain, so you have no heirloom left behind for the next party. Or next of kin. Just damn. To be fair, if you got on the bad side of a god, you being smited out of existence is kind of the minimum.
Yeah, a disintegrated creature and everything it is wearing and carrying, except magical items.
Yep.
I thought it included magical items. Are reduced to a pile of fine gray dust. The creature can be restored to life only by means of a true resurrection or wish spell.
I've never used True Resurrection and used the wish to get my items back.
Well, yes, but that implies you have access to it. Not everybody does.
True.
They're allowing for parties that don't have a cleric for some reason.
The spell automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or a creation of magical force. If the target is huge or a large object or creature of force, this spell disintegrates a 10-foot cube portion of it. A magic item is unaffected by this spell. Because how dare magic items actually have bad things happen? I know they're terrible if they get lost or destroyed, but it's like they're not invulnerable. Actually, technically, they're not invulnerable because all it says under object HP is a magical item will have more HP than its mundane counterpart. Well, that's vague. Thank you. But yeah, okay. Got some shopping done. I am curious, what was actually bought?
I bought nothing.
Oh, okay. I knew not everything that were super expensive, so I wasn't okay. Oh, you have is things you want to get, not things you actually have.
Mm-hmm. Night interwebs.
Stream people.